Good morning. Good morning, Crypto fam, and welcome back to another episode on the Coin King channel where I host down the Crypto TA. And I am your host, I should say. Right now, I'm just looking at Biddy's full daily chart right here. It looks like we're making an attempt to here at this 20 SMA again, trying to get this breakout here on the daily time frame. We don't really have any data this morning, so maybe we do pump into Tuesday, fall off the wagon on Wednesday, pick it back up, something like that. Because that's when we start to move into our data on Wednesday and Thursday. Two big days for us: PPI, CPI, all that good stuff. We are holding this trend line in here very well in here on our Bollinger Band percent through here. RSI still showing that we're in a squeeze in here. We're still in a squeeze. We do have a little bit of the bear dips in here. So I'm going to see if we're going to invalidate the bearish divergence, because I know everybody's going head and shoulder, head and shoulder, head and shoulder. And we looked at this beforehand, well beforehand. And I think that we did have like some confirming volume at the time for it. Just need to have the confirming volume here on the right shoulder or left shoulder, however you want to look at it. I'm looking at it as right shoulder because it's staring me in my face in my right eye. So that's what I'm doing here. I will be looking for us to get back in here. I've said that, potentially retesting this trend line in here, coming up here to this weekly. That would be the best case scenario for me. Do we manage to push in and take out this high? I'm still going to wait for that to be seen. Like I said, I realize that this profit taking, set up in here, I'm proclaiming that we'll get this high, but we'll see. We'll see. That's the hopium right there. So that's what you're looking for a great risk to reward. And if things, do not turn out the way that we would like for them to turn out, then I'm looking at potentially one thing first is probably going to be claiming this low in here. And then the next thing is going to be coming back down within this golden pocket 786 in here. And this right here, this can be moved. So this one right here can be moved slightly. We do have the CME gap that's still sitting down in here. Of course, like I said, you have your golden pocket 786 in here. And you also have your 60 EMA, which is what we've seen the weekly time frame bounce off of. And just, looking at the weekly time frame, there is a chance that we do see a move down. So maybe the daily plays out first, we push up, and then the weekly comes in, and then we'll reassess things in here, because it will take a little bit of time. We'll reassess things and we'll come back to that. So in here you can see when I'm referring to the 60 EMA and the tap in here and the tap in here. And so I'm looking down in that zone again, which, see right in here, I'm looking down in this zone again for that. Another tap into this right here. And so like I said, maybe we get past this point in here. I mean, every moving average you can think of is sitting right here. Every single last one of them. You got your EMA sitting in here. You got your whole moving averages sitting in here. You got your SMA sitting in here, sitting right here where price is being stopped out at, right through here. So they're all sitting in here. My personal one may also be sitting in here also. I have to check and see, but this is where we're meeting our resistance at. So if we do push up through here, that would confirm, well, we could say that we're getting our breakout there on our daily time frame, a little daily squeeze in there. And if it doesn't, then we're going to be looking for this weekly one right here. So you see we have a weekly squeeze in here that could potentially send prices down. And so that's why I'm watching this zone in here. Watching for us to come back into the 60 EMA. That would be a nice move for the weekly time frame in here. We are underneath. We're still in a squeeze here on the weekly time frame as well, but we're underneath our significant signals in here on the RSI. So it's just something that repeats itself. Just something that repeats itself. You go up, you come down. You go up, you come down. You go up, you come down. So, and yeah, I mean that's basically it. So I moved so far. What I did over the weekend, and let me just take a look see here at our 4 hour for a minute here. Let me extend this up in here. This is where we got the initial breakdown here off the 4 hour, or at least break the trend line. Let's put it like that. We broke the trend line right in here. So we're not actually reclaiming. I'm just double checking my trend line. We're not actually reclaiming back above this trend line just yet. At some point it will become irrelevant. That's for sure. We were getting stopped out here at our weekly average range in here. And if we do manage to push up, I know you noticed that golden pocket that I had in here. Oh, you probably didn't notice it because I'm nowhere on that, right? So the one that's sitting in here, so golden pocket 786 here, this could be the target, and then potentially coming back up into this one right here where we fell off the wagon umpteen days back here for Bitcoin. But what I have been doing in here with Biddy is I played a squeeze on the 15 minute and I played a squeeze on the 1 hour. I did a post on is it Saturday or I don't know if it was Saturday or Sunday. Let me take a look here. Shouldn't have been too far in. I know I didn't add a picture on that. Okay, all right. So yeah, I did a post on Saturday actually. I misquoted myself and I put in the 15 minute, and then I was like, okay, it's not the 15 minute, it's the 1 hour time frame in here. And so it was right in here because I took a long setup off of this in here. It was this right here. So I took a long setup off of this in here, and I share that with you. I did some sports fishing is what I call it as we get in this little pump here. I did some sports fishing where I take a trade and then I don't take profit on it. So that's what I consider to be sports fishing. So I took this position through here. We got this little push up in here. I ended up giving it back to the market. Actually, it was this one. My bad. It was this one. This was based off the 15 minute time frame in here. So at the time, it was the 15 minute time frame, and I took it up, and we got this little push up in here. And then, of course, we came back down, and I got stopped out because my stop loss was set for this low in here. And it was because we had a little squeeze happening over on the 15 minute time frame. And then when I spotted the squeeze in here, I saw that we were putting in the bear div at this point in here. So I was like, okay, so if we try to break out, we're going to have like a failed breakout. Let me post on that so nobody's trying to take that, and people are waiting at least for this liquidity down here to get taken. And that ended up being the best case scenario. So I opened 2 trades on 2 different accounts. For the first one that I took after I did this one right here, and I got stopped out on that one because I gave it back, I took the sweep of the liquidity in here. So I reacted off of this candle in here, waited for that to come back up, and then I took an entry there. And then the next one I took was based off of the bull div in here. It looked very small in here. It's like you could barely see it, but when I see it, I see it. So I took a second entry off of this right here. So this one I actually closed out. So the second one that I took, I closed that one out yesterday when we got in here and we started putting in the bear divs in here. As you can see, we were putting in some bearish divergence across here, and we were at resistance. So I was like, okay, I'm going to keep one, and that's the thing that I said yesterday. Also, I'm going to keep one because I'm going to be looking for that daily time frame to get that push up. But I'm going to close one, at least that way I lock in some profit. And I got to do that with myself sometimes, because if I don't, I just keep sports fishing and I'll give it back because it's like, I'm not making the gains that I want to make. So that helps me. That helps me a lot to do something like that. So I close that one out, and Sharon is Karen. So let me see if I can pull that up. All right, so let me do this one here. And I like the fact that Blowfin allows you to have sub accounts, so you can take a trade on like your main account. You can give a reference to a sub account, and then you can trade off of that sub account. And yeah, I like that. I got a little zone in here too that I'm watching as well, and this is from the weekly time frame in here. So it's like, shimmy, watch this, because if or down the crypto TA. I love to say my name. I don't know why. Watch this in here in case something like that, some sort of rejection like that was to take place. So this is more exciting than me trying to show you a little small P&L card right now. A little bit of an inverse head and shoulder in here. I didn't see any confirming volume on this, so I didn't put any no metrics to it whatsoever. Just, I'm still gonna continue to look at this right here. Ethereum did the exact same thing also. I really hate I missed out on ETH. I looked at it, and for some reason I just didn't, I don't know, I missed it. I missed the divergence on it. I missed it, and it was there. So this is the one that I closed out. And as you can see, I closed it out around here simply because of the bearish divergence that I was seeing in here. So I'm like, okay, I'm gonna go ahead and TP on one just in case we do start to slip in. I slept last night. I had my alarm clock set. For if price was to come back and cross below threshold in here. It didn't do it. And I was also trying to take some advice of a friend of mine named Wells over on X, who's like, are you getting any sleep? It was like, oh my gosh, Wells is psychic. So I'm thinking Wells is psychic. He can see that I'm not getting sleep. And it's like, when the last time you checked your blood pressure and all that good stuff? It was really sweet. So I was like, yeah, let me get some sleep. And this is the one that I do still have open, which is this one. And this is the one that I took based off of taking the liquidity from this low right here. So I just left this one open right here. And I'm going to leave this one open. Even if we do fall in, I'm going to leave this one open. And then pick up on a new position if that happens. But like I said, daily might play out. We might pump into Tuesday and roll over. We'll see what happens when the market opens today, because we really don't have any data here for Bitcoin today. But that's the one I'm leaving open right there. I need to go back up on my leverage. I feel like I'm in a safe space if I leave it like it is, and I know that. And I've been talking about not using, extremely high leverage and all that good stuff. So I had chat put me together. Actually, I had chat recommended it to me the other day. I use chat a lot. Chat is my best friend. One of my best friends, I'm gonna put it like that, and just put me together a formula for price targets for making money. That way I can stop sports fishing. See, the up the leverage or up the money. But I'm doing good with where I have it at right now. Just not satisfied. All right, so think that we did just do a clean tap into that golden pocket. Let's see, 112.059. Nope, not quite. I have a smoothing line that I can turn on in here. I've just decided to use just the lines. You're not gonna need to draw out lines too much on this Bollinger Band. Not too much. So a bit of a small expansion once we got above this point right here. Not a big expansion, but a small expansion just through here. So no more bear deal off of that either. So that's a plus. That is the plus. I haven't been one to really want to short like that either. So if you were somebody who did, look to short in here, I would have said it was a bad idea anyway. Just because you never know how that daily's gonna do. So it's just better to look for the long opportunity just in case, your move is minor. And then it's minor because we might be looking to get a breakup on that daily time frame. So longs is all I'm looking for right now. Even if it were to work out, I would have been looking for another long on this baby. Would have been looking for another long on it. Let's see. Ethereum. See, Ethereum just pushed back up. It was getting stuck as a little line in here. And Ethereum has a decent looking 12-hour chart, which looks like it might be looking to break out. I'm gonna jump on Ethereum real quick, and I'm gonna push us back over here on Biddy. But here, so looks a little bit head and shouldery in here. That's one. You do have this little descending formation that's through here on Ethereum, but I like this. I like this 12-hour chart. It's the 12 and the 16-hour, both pretty much the same, 4-hour difference. But I like this chart over here, and it looks like ETH could be getting a breakout in here. So that's why I'm kind of like kicking myself, like, oh, why didn't I notice, that bullish divergence, like even on that 1-hour drop for Ethereum? Why didn't I notice it? Because I decided to stay out of Ethereum. I was like, I want Ethereum to take this liquidity down here at this low. We didn't do it. We took the liquidity off of these lows in here, and we took that twice finally. So that was that was nice. And I could have did the same thing I did with Bitcoin in there, but I could see the bullish divergence on Bitcoin too. Like at this point, I have to see it, especially when we get large candles that send us down. Like I have to verify it now, and I don't want to take the move without it. But ETH is looking pretty good over here on this 12-hour time frame. We just have to see what it does. I don't see it on the daily, but like I said, I see it on the 12 and I see it on the 16. So not too much of a difference here between those time frames anyway. This chart over here, let me see where that actually, see if I can daily, because daily doesn't, daily just shows that you could round trip, and the round trip probably would be just back in here within the same range that we're in right now. That's what a round trip would be for this. Okay, so I thought I was gonna be able to see that expansion down a little bit. It's not. It's up there. I could tell from down here that it was up there, but I just figured. I was hoping. So real flat in here right now, though, on the daily time frame. Of course, that rejection in here that came off the 20 SMA. So this portion in here is still flat, but 12 hour, yeah, I would start here. This looks pretty good. 12 hour looks pretty good in here for Ethereum. 1 hour. Sometimes it doesn't want to. I don't know what I have on in here. So here we have been getting stopped out or not being able to close above this line right here. And initially I was watching this line in here because we were putting in some bear divs as we were coming up through here. And so from this side over here, I started to watch it, which was just where we got the break, the Bollinger Squeeze from in here. So this 15-minute time frame, I did play this. No, I didn't play this. I didn't touch Ethereum. So the Bollinger, I'm thinking I'm still on Bitcoin for some reason. I know I'm looking at Ethereum. All right, so the Bollinger Squeeze that was in here for the 1 hour time frame, both Ethereum and Bitcoin had it. But like I said, I didn't pay attention to the bullish divergence for Ethereum. And that's why I didn't jump into it, because I was like, if I don't see the bullish divergence, I'm not going to play it. I'm going to wait and see if price action comes down here and take this liquidity down here. But we didn't do that. We didn't do that at all. But like I said, the liquidity from here finally got taken. That was the first sweep, and then it took it again. Took this one again right here, and this is where they had that liquidity to the downside was sitting at too. It was sitting somewhere down in here anyway, and I knew that because we looked at that a few times, so I knew that. Yeah, this is starting to look pretty good early this morning already. I can't touch it because it'll take some time for that to confirm. So golden pocket 786, we did fill in the little gap that we had in here for CME. So it was this in here that I'd actually been looking at, and so we tapped that. But I didn't take this. I'm kind of bummed out about it. And then there was this one in here. And this was actually drawn off the 15-minute, which is why nothing is lining up in here. That's why this looks wrong. It's not wrong. It's coming off of the 15, so you can see it right there. So it's a 15-minute bullish divergence that we got in there. And then in here, we got the drop in here. We just continue to rise here on the Bollinger instead. I didn't take that either. I just didn't get the move I wanted to get, but you can see the bullish divvy in here. You can see how we seller exhaustion kicked in there. You can see the bullish divergence here on the RSI. And I totally slipped and didn't see it. I don't know how I did not see it. I guess because I was so fixated on price taking the liquidity from this low down here, and it just didn't happen. That's what it was. I was so fixated on something else happening. All right. Look back at Bitcoin. So we're still just sitting there sniffing around that golden pocket 786 zone there for BTC. And I did a video on SUI. I did it live because I know me. I know I'll keep deleting the video if I don't just allow myself to F up, because it happens. You F up. And all right, so we're coming into the resistance right now. This is from the weekly time frame in here. So SUI is trying to get this little breakout. I covered the daily squeeze that SUI has. Got some bear divs on this rise in here, which is, we can invalidate it. So if we invalidate it, then we get the daily push up first. Otherwise, we get that weekly push down. So it's kind of like Bitcoin in that sense. You have a daily squeeze and then you have a weekly sell-off squeeze. So whichever one happens first. I did say I wouldn't leverage trade SUI right now. I wouldn't leverage trade SUI, but I feel like SUI is good for starting your spot accumulation with the anticipation that you could potentially still see like a 50% drop on SUI. So you have to understand that. So we can still drop back down here into this 194, 165. I gave the 3 levels that I'm looking at. So please go back and watch that video if you haven't seen it. So you got the 262 in here, you got 228 in here, and then you got the 194 down to the 165 in here. And for some reason this is over. I could have sworn that I fixed this the other day. I could have sworn I fixed that the other day, but okay. So you got that through there. So, but right now it looks like we are breaking above this trend line in here, and I decided to mark off both of my lines in here on SUI based on the 4-hour time frame. So this one I'm doing wick to wick, and this one here, the dash one in here, this is done during the line chart here. So this one is done based on the line chart, because the line chart it does get some confluence in here to this level in here. So the 3 that I'm looking at right now is going to be stopping out in here, because like I said, there is resistance in here for SUI. If not that, then that 368 here, just back here to the top side of the weekly range in here. So I would watch that. And then if SUI pushes up above this, then this is like the next weekly level that's saying this is where we're going to cap out at in here for now, based on the daily push to the upside. So I'm using weekly levels to cap out where the daily push to the upside would come from for the squeeze here, which is the squeeze that's in here. For the daily, we're above the 20 SMA right now. We have not come into our return, and we have not started to expand just yet. But it looks like the momentum was broken a little while back, in case it wasn't. Yeah. So momentum break right through here. And sometimes it fails, so you will look for it to come back down. But yeah, it's the bear div in here for me right now. So the bearish divergence, you can see the rise through here. But if, like I said, if we push through that, we're through the 20. If we start to expand, then we'd invalidate it. So we got to have to be able to get above the resistance level in here to invalidate the bear div that SUI currently has. Other thing I covered on SUI too. I'm about to make a whole nother video on SUI. You know what? I'm not going to do it. You want to know the rest of the information on SUI? Watch that video. I'm gonna leave that at that. In fact, you know what? Yeah, you want the rest of that, but yeah, no, watch that video. All right. This thing is so weird. All right. Same scenario over here too. This is SUI versus BTC in here. So yeah, some good information in here on that and what you can look forward to. All right. So let's see here again. Did we? Yeah, we still didn't quite tap that. We still didn't quite tap it, but it's close enough. And then Ethereum. Back over here, taking a look at Ethereum in here. I'm going to look for Ethereum to, if we do start to push up. I just kind of kept it simple. These are just 4-hour levels in here for Ethereum. supposed to be one, one range or whatever. I just figured I'd break it down into a line though. So like I said, we were stopping out around here on this one right here. The next 4-hour level of resistance is here at 43.65, and then I have a zone in here as well, which is a resistance level in here for Ethereum. I know on that liquidity pool, it's 43.50 is so pushing in a little bit more. Finish taking out the liquidity that we do have in here for Ethereum. Let me just peek up. Actually, you don't see it anymore from the last 24. Let me see. I can still see it from here, and I can't. It was so boldly and so boldly in yellow the other day. Yesterday it was so boldly in yellow. So it was I hate when they do something like that. Sorry, I missed that right there. Okay, so you can see how we had, so up to around 43.50. We had this bold yellow liquidity in here for Ethereum. So I was watching for that yesterday. Didn't quite make our way into that. So we fell back under our little level of resistance in here. Let's see, Crypto Wolf saying that 4260 block looks primed to her down and liquidate, then run back up here in the coming weeks. And okay, we shall see. We shall see, because that is an option. That is an option, because you can't see it anymore in here. I might be able to see it on the other chart that's in here. Right now we got a lot of nice little liquidity below us. Maybe I'll be right to sit on my hands and wait and wait. As we flatten out through here. I just want this liquidity. I want this to be taken. That's what I want. So there was no confirmation on this. What looks like an inverse head and shoulder. You can see it better on the other chart. There's no confirmation in here for that. I peaked volume the other day, and it would have been trashy volume anyway because it was the weekend. And we're going to get closer and closer to a cool-off phase here on the Ethereum weekly time frame. Closer and closer. We actually had that set up in here too. I just noticed it the other day. No, it's not that. I may have made it so that I could only see it from a specific time frame. It might be from this one. No. I can't find it. I can't find it, but it was the one where I showed we come up, we sweep this high in here, look for the rejection back into it, and for price to come back down into 4008, which we never came back down to 4008. So, it could still be something that's in play. But that was one of the setups from a few weeks back, given during this week in here before we came up. Yeah, let's give in there. I think we pretty much know we've done this golden pocket 786 at this point. At this point, I don't see anything else relevant, really. Just chop, chop, chop. And that's it. And we're back underneath our we're back underneath our line in here. Some strong resistance right here, boy. And it was nothing special to me other than watching where that divergence would have cleared up at. The bearish divergence. So there was no volume confirmation in here. I turn volume on. You can see there's no volume confirmation in here. Like, you confirm volume through here. You don't have any more confirmed volumes for this to be an inverse head and shoulder. So even if it plays out, it's playing out something else. I wouldn't say that it's an inverse head and shoulder because you don't have the volume confirming. You would have volume at these points to confirm it, and there's nothing in here. And in other news, let me just take a look at. Yeah, we barely moved over the weekend. We stayed so close to where we wouldn't have too much of a CME gap over the weekend. XRP. Not much has changed. Not too much has changed. This is gonna cool off. This is going to cool off in here. Holding very nice here across this yellow signal line in here, so I like that. But it definitely looks like you're preparing for some sort of a cool off. Can take a little bit of time, same way it did in here when you was, when bears were in control and you're trying to get the little bit of a reversal in here. Let me take a look at I'm just going to skip through here real quick and just kind of see what might stand out. Well, I hope that we get more than that off of. Let's see. All right, daily squeeze. potential daily squeeze in here. Now you're still squeezing in here on the RSI. Um, yeah, you're still within these two in here. So yeah, I mean, pushing up through your 20 SMA, you've pushed up above the 20 SMA in here. Nice little trend regression line break to the upside here with a back test, it looks like, right across here. This ain't shabby. This is not shabby, but I would be looking back up here at VWAP 402. I mean, I'm sorry, 302. $3.02 in here. XRP push up, I'd be definitely looking at that. All right, XRPZ Solana. Just kick it off right on over here. Still going a little sideways in here. Haven't got that breakdown just yet off of Solana. And again, it doesn't have to give you a lot. You just whipsawing here with your RSI, just whipsawing in here. So you're still going to see some sort of a pullback in here. I don't care how beautiful it looks. You're going to see some sort of a pullback. It is a rising formation. So it's just confirming that it's rising formation. Would see some sort of a break to the downside. You're going to get that. It just hasn't happened yet, but you're going to get it. And see, one of the reasons why it may not be happening just yet is because, because you're still putting in bullish divergence on your lows. You're still putting in bull divs. And until you break below your mean, you'll continue to pull back and put in bullish divergence and break up. So you want to see you breaking below your mean, but this is going to fall off the wagon a little bit in here. And see if this is moved. This hasn't moved at all. So this could still be a valid retracement, 188. And then potentially this golden pocket back here at 178. But nonetheless, still rising in here for Solana. In fact, let me just pull these out a little bit. I'm going to drop down and look at the 4-hour here. And since I don't expect for us to come down too low right now, I'll just leave the rest of those as they are. 16. Yeah, I don't really play with it too much when it's doing this right here. Like when it's just whipsawing, I don't mess with it too much. So yeah, once you get past your print on bullish divergence, you'll see a drop off on the, or some sort of a corrective move there on that. What was that? Our daily? Yeah, our daily time frame. Bulls are in control of this daily so far. They green, 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 green. Even when you get to your lighter green in here, you have no gray zones whatsoever. Crow still dipping and dabbing to the downside. Good old Crow. I don't know why you're still in here, but let me do you a favor. I'm just gonna jump through these time frames in here on Crow. There's some bullish divergence right there on this one though. I think I looked at that last night. I think I was looking at that last night, the bullish divergence on that right through here. You see that bullish divergence in here? And you're in the squeeze. You're in the squeeze for sure. Just how much is that bullish divvy going to give? That is going to be the thing. How much is it going to give? But you definitely got it here on the 1 hour. This is something that I would have played. It's moved away now, so I don't know how adamant I would be if I jump into it. It doesn't look like it's performing very well against Bitcoin right now. Where is it at? It's not performing very well against Bitcoin right now. But hey, that's Crow. It's trying to get to a phase though where it does get this push up. I would at least be looking for that to get hit. You probably want to do a TP right in here though. Yeah, I would aim for this, but you probably see some sort of rejection again around these lows in here. It just seems to flow right through here. And you got the bull div here too. And then let me just see what this looks like. Flat. Huh. No, I like that better. Yeah, I like that better. Coiling in here too. So this might work out, you know. I treat it like a scalp position. A little quick intraday trade. We already looked at SUI. BNB was pumping really hard over the weekend. Is there anything special going on in here? Probably not. Still just kind of rounding out, in my opinion. That was a nice push up though. Cannot deny that. That was a nice little pop up. Yeah, we had the little. Not gonna, but he did have a on through here, and he can back up to 20 SMA. And it wasn't bad. No significant change yet on the weekly time frame. Nothing just yet. And it looks like to here, you probably be doing the same thing, just chop, 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 chop. It's how rounding gets started because you putting in bullish and bearish divergence at the same time. I'm not going to go too deep into any of these today, just the main ones, just looking at those. ADA. I don't want to have to work hard to nothing's changed in here apparently. Still got a need to flip zone in here, double bottom formation in here. Came back. All right, yeah, nothing's changed in here. Still looking for ADA to flip above here, which moves price action above the 20 SMA also in here, and then carry on. I already broke the trend regression line down to here already anyway. Relatively close to flipping this time frame, the daily time frame. May just come back up here to that 92.80. Maybe the case. Just that 92.80. But if it does more, it's fantastic. Right now, I'm just leaning towards that for now. Back to about 92.80. She looks like she's gonna go today. ADA looks like she's gonna go. Okay, so you had the same thing with Ethereum right now. When we looked at Ethereum 12 and 16, both had the squeeze on it. And that's looking decent. That's looking decent. Just need to get the rest of that follow through in here. And then this is where you've done your due diligence on your daily. Of course, it's going to be that 85.30. That 85.30. Otherwise, we got bear div. Otherwise, this is one big bear div. Just the bear div. And we're going to come on back down. Okay, I'm going to look at H bar. Same thing. Same energy. Same energy. Picked up on spot on H bar. We just have to get back above that 20. What's that? 22, 23. What's our number in here? 22.3. That brings us back above our VWAP in here. And then the resistance in here now from where we bounced multiple times off of our weekly average range here at 23. So we're just facing quite a bit of resistance in here. All in all, we want to get back above here, back above this momentum line, back above this weekly average range, back above this VWAP in here. Yeah, that's basically, that's what we got to do in here on H bar. I think H bar daily may look a little bit sweeter for something in here. Probably come up with a bear deal first. Yeah, probably come up with some bearish divergence through here first though, but yeah. Ethereum and the gang all got that little squeeze on that time frame. Kindle. anyone do that pendle setup? You can't see it from here. You have to be over here for the pendle setup. That's still holding up right now. Just trying to get back to this one day momentum in here. So it's still holding up okay. Okay, it did. I'm just gonna leave it at that, like that for now. So that's still going. I didn't take it, of course, because like I said, I when I'm trading, it's hard for me to focus on entering too many trades at once. One day I'll get better at it. And right now I'm not, and I hope I didn't miss any conversation or anything like that, because I've just been running my mouth. Kareem, I did. I miss you, Kareem. Hey, Kareem. And from 110, 500, where we going? We're proving the 113-ish. I'm not confident. I think bull trap and drop. Kareem, I really like our daily. I like our daily charts. I'm hoping that we're gonna pop our little heads up a little bit more in here. If our daily pushes through, I think we're gonna be good to run up to around that 117, 120. I think. But we did still have hold on, let me see. We do still have bearish divergence. We have to invalidate off of that daily time frame for Bitcoin. If we're not invalidating the bearish div, then yeah, I say we probably reached our pinnacle and we'll be getting that drop back down. But we trying right now. We are trying right now. So my goal is to get, like I said, to get up to around 117-ish to 120 zone for Bitcoin, and then get slapped down for our weekly push back down into like our 60 EMA. That's what I'm hoping for. So we'll see. We are both set. May we win. I hope we win. Yeah. If we pump into Tuesday, we can do it. It'd be one nice little candle push up. But I think we could pump into Tuesday and then they send us down on Wednesday or something. Because that's when we get our first little bit of data. I'm gonna put this back on Ethereum over here, and yeah, so that's that pendle. That's that pendle. It's still within this this weekly range in here, up to this 488 here for pendle. And so you can see what I'm saying. I want to get to this 1 day momentum in here. You can also look in here on pendle, because that's some pretty decent resistance in here. So it's around 506, give or take. But that's my ultimate goal. Even though I'm not in the trade, I didn't take it. Let me look at link real quick in here, and okay, chain link. Okay, all right. So again, another one. These 12 hours are looking beautiful. Like this hasn't even. I mean, you've missed a boat down here, of course, but this hasn't even starting to break here. Yeah, so you've slightly pushed up above here, but these 12 hours are looking juicy. I probably could move this line up a little bit. It doesn't make a difference in my opinion though, but yeah, you see how I came over that wick a little bit right there. 12 hours looking good for many of the altcoins in here. This one didn't need a 12 hour. It's hyper liquid. All right, not really anything in here really. Undo's still holding up here. So if you took the Undo trade, then Undo is still holding up. First push rejection. We didn't quite stop at the stop, but we did hold that momentum line in there. So that's good. We didn't come back in here and take that out. And I told myself that I probably would consider this, and I didn't consider it at all. I really like that. Trying to find some motivation in here. I don't see the motivation. I don't see it. I mean, that was it. That was it. It was this tightening in here. And then that was in line with our bullish divergence. Well, actually, no. I take that back. We didn't have the bull divvy in here on that, but that was it right here with our squeeze at our point of entrance right there. And then we got our first little push up out of here, and you got another little squeeze in here. That one's a little different. I don't know. Undo's just, I don't know. I don't know about this. Let's look to get back into this 99 right now and just take our time trying to climb this wall. The 113,400 is the level that tells me. Let me see. Yeah. So we finally got up into this golden pocket in here. And yeah, so back into this zone in here, Kareem. Oh yeah, I need to tell you this because I did make a modification in here. So the last time we were looking at this in here for Bitcoin, and let me see if I still have it on over here. No, it doesn't look like I still have it in here. Last time we were looking at this in here for Bitcoin. This was our zone of interest in here. So it was this right here. And this was actually our 4-hour range. I extended that 4-hour range up a little bit. You can see in here because some new data printed in here. And so our average return was here. So that's what changed. I kept it on here because I wanted to make sure I let you know in case you were still just looking at, this 109,521 to 109,525. So now it's just a little bit extra of a 4-hour range in here now. And that's to there. So that's what that is about. And I turned off this one in here I have off. Let me see if it's this one. Yeah, it was this one. So this was our daily range. I used this the other day too when we got the drop in, trying to see if it would hold a support. I think we've outplayed this, so I just turned it off and just decided it's better for me to focus on the 4 hour zones through here instead. So I just turned that one off. Just sharing that. And that was it. I didn't yeah, that was it. So I just split these into two, which basically would have covered that daily zone, and raised this one up to account for the new data that printed here, that printed for the 4 hour in here. And then yeah, so far we good. I mean, right now, MACD, Delta, I mean, right now, all the indicators look pretty positive, other than, the fact that we get those little quick signals for some sort of a little correction in here, which that's how markets move. You know, you start to correct a little bit. 117K, that would be nice. That would be very nice. That would be very nice if we can at least get that. I like that 120. Chat told me I need to get the 120, Kareem. If I'm gonna make some money, chat said I need to get the 120. So I need for it to get the 120. Yeah. As I dummy myself down some more, because it's so easy to ask somebody else to give you the answer instead of doing the math yourself, right? We're not gonna make it. We are not gonna make it. So I'm glad to see that happen, because when I posted on it on yesterday when I posted on it, we were still just tagging around here, still tagging around our weekly level in here. In fact, it might have been like our third tap into the weekly level. We were right here. Yeah, we were just right here. And I was looking at us get this pullback in here, and I knew I was going to be waiting for some bearish divergence. Again, I wasn't looking to short. I'm not looking to short Bitcoin. Not as long as that daily time frame looks like it can give us a pump. I'm not looking to short. So that was what it looked like. This was where we had that squeeze again. That's where we had the bearish divs in here on the chart at that time. I had posted on this. Remember, I posted on this and said you probably won't get a swing fail. If you try to push up right here, you get a swing fail, because we got the bear divs. Started looking for the bullish divergence. Took the trade on it because I knew we had a little squeeze in here, so it doesn't invalidate it. It just gives you a better entry. And then we got to push up, and I was watching this trend regression line across here, and then suddenly we started to put in some bearish divergence in here, and we didn't get too much of a push back down. I think we bounced off of the 20 SMA. Yeah, we came back into the 20 SMA and bounced. So that was what that was. So still watching to see if we would get up here. If we didn't reject off of this weekly, I was still watching for that in here. And then you can see the squeeze from the Bollinger itself that was in here with the bearish divergence. So that's how you knew we were going to come down first in here. And then I mentioned the one here for the daily, and I've already looked at that chart with you about the squeeze we have in here, the trend regression line right here. So we haven't rolled back over on this just yet, which is essentially, yeah. I will be looking for us to break the momentum in here if the daily isn't going to play out. That's what I'm going to be checking for. Otherwise, we got the little bear div in here that we have not quite invalidated just yet. And then the squeeze in here, I mentioned that we still a little bit relaxed in here, so not really a squeeze per se. We're rather relaxed in here. So just low volatility over a squeeze over, the onion look, the onion. You know what the onion looks like. We don't have that onion. I was watching a video yesterday too, and this lady was making blooming onions, and it looked so good. And she used like some Parmesan cheese, and oh, she baked it. It was so good. It looked good. We still have so much liquidity at 121,500. If we go there, we're taking that liquidity out too. I would be one happy camper to see something like that. I would be one happy camper. One happy camper. Look at them shorts pile in at this. You see the shorts. You see the short limit order right through here at that golden pocket. And you got some that's got it set in here a little bit more. That's 113. I like that too, though. Let me look at Bitcoin's liquidation heat map. So that's 112. I'm just gonna say 112.3. Oh, 112.28. 112.28. I'm sorry, 112.289. Hmm. 48 hours. Kareem, you always be one step ahead of me. So yeah, we gotta take out the bears. Coming to that 113. Yeah, we got to take out the bears. Take out them bears in here. That would be great. And then the bears come back and take us out. If you're not in a position, let's see if we can find you one. It won't be a short though. So I hope you're okay with that. But we're gonna look for it today. If you're not in any position. So yeah, I think that this was like a 20. bounce off the 21 SMA? No, it did not. It did not. It actually came up. Okay, it did not. No, I was thinking that it did. Maybe from a different time frame. I don't know. Oh, it was this one. It was this point in here that bounced off the 21 SMA because we had the bear div and then we got the bounce off the 21 SMA. And then the gap closures and all of that good stuff. I think this was the point where I think like Bitcoin had filled in its CME gap. Ethereum had not. And so Ethereum kind of pushed Bitcoin up with it a little bit in here for that sweet little rejection and bounce. A little bit of a discrepancy. Little discrepancy off of that candle. And under with the nice little 4-hour candle there. Oh man, I guess look at Link little candle here on the 4-hour. It just popped this little head right on up, nice and beautiful. I guess I could have did that. I was over here talking about it because it had not pushed up quite yet on this 12-hour. This little potential. I don't know. We're gonna get some bear divs on these pushes. I'm telling you, some bear divs are gonna come in on these attempted pushes to the upside. So maybe Link comes in to 23.77. We get a little bit of a bear div. We get a small little push back down, looking for it to hold right, and then some sort of a continuation afterwards. That might be the case. If you're somebody that's looking, I mean, Link has already pumped so much. I don't know if it's like the most ideal coin to look at right now. It can go much higher, but I don't know if it's ideal. Let's see, your bear div is going to be with this here. In fact, let me just use the money. So you can see your bear div is going to be with that. It looks more like low volatility than a squeeze. He did break the momentum in here. So maybe the first push just takes out this little candle in here, and you start to see more of a bear div in here, and you get a push back in here on Chainlink, and then it makes another attempt to the upside. If Link is one you want to play with, I think XRP had a better XRP has a better looking chart right now. We're all a little late. I mean, who was going to be trading this stuff over the weekend? A few of us did, but not a lot of people are going to be paying attention to the market over the weekend. And coming into our false move, I mean, we're here now, false move Monday. This thing did. I bought spot theta. I bought spot theta. This can be so amazing. It looks like it's going to be amazing. It's a few more weeks. Let's see what we do. But I bought spot theta. Let me zoom out and see if we can't find something on the lower time frame like this, like 15 minute. I don't want to go any lower than a 15 minute. All right, so this WLFI, I know it's a meme. I know it's Trump stuff. I know people probably don't like that. I never looked at it before. But anything that's probably in the gutter is going to be better than something that's already pushing up. Might be. I'm getting bullish divergence on it. This isn't looking too bad. Pairing the 15 and the 1 hour on this WLF. Is this Trump thing? Yeah, World Liberty Financial. Yeah. This isn't looking too bad. If you prefer, I actually might touch this myself. So I'm gonna give this a minute, but this could be good. I like how we got all three indicators. The bullish divergence, the nice cross above, the blue signal line in here, the squeeze in here on the DTI, squeeze down here on the Bollinger, the bullish divergence there on the Bollinger as well. So I'm gonna look for something like that to come in here. Maybe it's not this candle, maybe it's this one right here. I'm gonna watch for this. I think this might be the one right here. So I'll watch that with Ethereum. So I flip back and forth and probably take a position off of this in here. And the 15 did what? He already did. This in here. And he's still trying to I'm gonna watch the one. And our Ethereum. So bear div right now. Yeah. So I'll just wait a little bit and then look back at this. You don't even have to leverage on this one. I probably would do a cheap leverage though. Just to test the waters. Just to test the waters. All right. We're hanging in here. Sui is at our resistance level. It's directly at our resistance level right now. Our first one. ready to take this little trade. W LFI. I'm gonna be a little premature on this thing. I'm gonna go ahead and oh heck no. Yeah. This is a cheap trade. Cheap. Go ahead and enter on that thing. All right. Yeah. So just a little 5x. Yeah, a little 5x. Low leverage, low capital entry on this World Liberty, whatever this is in here. I feel okay with this. I don't feel like it'll get down to my liquidation point, which is relatively about 17. It's 16.95 off of I'm already down 2%. Come on. Yeah. But it's no big deal. And just so you know, I'm in it. I tried to do that one time. I guess it did it multiple times. Tried to download it once. Bitcoin just still sitting in our golden pocket. I'm gonna get back to some real coins. To a real coin. I love when something looks chiseled. I'm going to add to that. I'm actually going to add to it. If it comes back in, it's not quite ready yet, but I'm going to add to it when we get there. I just know we're somewhere around that point. So shorts are not having a good time right now at this golden pocket. Let's see. As more and more shorts pile in here, we'll probably short squeeze them. I guess I can do away with this line at this point, right? We're actually pretty much into it now. I can do away with it. Sometimes, let me see. No, not even close. Okay. That wouldn't have worked either. Just trying to see what we would have. Yeah, that wouldn't have worked either. Yeah, I need to drop it. So that's over. Now this, when we had looked at it, you can see the difference in the volume through here. Like at the points where you have your spikes in volume. It's still a little off, but for the most part, it's doable to say this could actually be an inverse head and shoulder. And I didn't take a measured move on it. I've already just said, oh, I didn't pull those out. I'm sorry. I've said where I'm looking for price to get to. I think we can do that at least. I think we can. This would be our weekly level in here. That probably... yeah. So the 117 to the 120. I'm assuming that everybody's considering this part in here to be the neckline. I'm just going to assume because otherwise it already broke it before in here. So if I assume that this is it. You drop it a little bit. We really don't know. It's rather even, so it doesn't. Just do it from the center, from the candle that I pulled it from. Yeah, that looks better. But 119. We're gonna get a little bit of a rejection in here. I mean, we're still floating around that golden pocket, so we are gonna get a little bit of a rejection in here. So I wouldn't look to jump on this if you're not in it. Don't buy into this. Unless you're spot or don't care. I'll leave that sitting there. I really don't know how. I don't want to be the one to do this. I really don't. I don't want to be the one to put this on my chart. And then what shoulder are we looking at? See, I don't, yeah. Yeah, I can't. You flip the green. I can't do that yet. But I know what I'm looking at. I can't do that just yet, though. It would have had to have been that first break. I mean, looking at it from here, it would have had to have been that first break. Which is why it might not work. Let's just go with this. Let's just go with this. Change that color. Yeah. I'm okay with that. So of course, if the RSI pushes up above this yellow line in here, you'll see this candle. Typically you'll see this candle get larger like this because it makes it a fast push. So we'd be looking to take out both of this in here. This is about what my friend Kareem is talking about in here, which makes tons of sense. But let's see if we can hit this and then reject. Because if it doesn't and there's no follow through immediately, then you know how I always say when you go up this yellow, you tend to get big nice candles, but if it's the first thing you come back down into, you tend to get big nice candles. So it'll drop you as fast as it pushes you up without the follow through. And the follow through is when the blue just comes up and crosses above it. But you can see what I'm saying, like you know, you come up, you get some nice bullish candles when you come up this yellow. Nice bullish candles when you come up the yellow. And when you come down, you get, you know, nice big candles to the downside. That one bounced, but you get nice big candles to the downside. We'll see. Above 20 SMA right now at the return right now. So we're just at the return. No, we're not even at the return. Hold on. No, we're not even at the... Oh, okay, so that lines up. I didn't even pay attention to that too. So that actually measures back into the return. So this measures back into the return point. That's all right. So I like it even more. Some additional confluence to that. I would close out half of my position if we got to here. I'll close out half of it, and then I'll leave the other half to see if we can push in here. If we're so lucky. All right, so we got our little target. I actually like that little target. Just make it happen, Bitcoin. And then for that World Liberty, I knew that we weren't ready just yet to enter, but I entered anyway. Do want to see the momentum shift in here, which would be what I was mentioning earlier, like getting above that signal line in here. That would be one good thing. But I do see the bullish divvy, so I didn't mind going ahead and putting in a little, like I said, it's very small, 5x leverage and minor cash. So we push back in around this golden pocket, something like that, and I see more bullish divergence. I'm going to add to it. I'll add one more time and then I'll cut it after that, and it wouldn't cost me a life. It wouldn't bother me. It wouldn't bother me at all if, because like I said, I want to see it get above. I want to see the momentum shift, which means coming back above here. Like we're trying to hold ground in here right now. You got some slight bullish divergence in here, at least off of your Bollinger. You got some slight bullish divergence in here. So if yeah, just between this low and this low in here. But this can get tighter. This can get a little bit tighter. And like I said, I'll see what the next candle looks like here in 6 minutes. If we're going to roll down, come back into oversold or whatever here. But the 1 hour is going to give some sort of a bounce and just take it for what it is. That's why they say patience is everything. Ethereum. Ethereum 1 hour doesn't quite look like it's going to slow down right here again. It doesn't look like it is just yet. Just Bitcoin is about to get a fast signal cross, but Ethereum looks okay. Let's see, 15. All right, so 15 is a little something different. That was cute. You see that? That was cute. You would have had to push it, but that little squeeze in here, that was cute. Actually, do it like that. I know a lot of people have been watching Ethereum, and I did too, for that 4-hour. Thought I had it in here. I guess I don't. I guess I don't. Or did I? Yeah, I guess I don't. Let me put this on the daily. The 4-hour looks pretty good. Yeah, Ethereum 4-hour looks pretty good. Sui, you can see we're at that resistance level in here right now. Let me make these a little darker or thicker. And again, that's 1, that's 2 at 368. And this, I will short Sui if it starts playing around in here. And I'll look back at that weekly time frame and nothing's changed. I'll short it. No, I won't. I'll just take my money out. I am a wimp when it comes to shorting these days. Jeez. And then again, our dominance in here were, I'm sorry, not dominance, but Sui versus Bitcoin in here. You want to see the daily close outside of here because it's drawn off the line. I think I did it off of the 4-hour maybe. No, I didn't. I did it off of this one, but I use this candle right here instead of the green one, which is why it looks off right here. You want to see a closure outside of it. And here, I think we had, yeah, want to see a closure outside of it. All right, so Bitcoin dominance, you can see we're still hanging out around our 20 SMA, showing that we're getting a little bit of rejection off that pushback up into it. And we got our 2 little wicks on it here. Came back in again and slight bit of a rejection. But this is still nice because it's still hanging around the 20 SMA. So it's the only reason why I'm really playing around with Bitcoin as much right now too, is because dominance may not be completely over just yet. Not as long as it's still hanging around here. And nothing's broken. Nothing's broken so far. So it's a weekly time frame. This is that Ethereum ETH dominance. Still doing whatever this is. What we have here is a failure to communicate. I'm hold on. I'm just get rid of this. It never really meant anything anyway. Yeah, and I'll leave that one. VIX still doing the dance, and then USDT dominance in here. Still considering if this is a false break or a failed break. I'm sorry. Still considering if it is or isn't. If it comes back in, then I'll say the heck with it. But it's still holding right now. Okay, 1 hour fast. 1 hour. See 15 minutes. I'm just gonna see if we hold here. It can look like we break it, and then reclaim it. So 15-minute time frame. Have to close below it. All right, so we are here. We're definitely hanging out a little bit closer to this. Maybe I have to push this over one more time. Then catch it then. We're still trying to stall out. I'm gonna slide it over for one more bar. Here for that World Liberty. A nice red candle down would probably set the tone for a push-up. People get excited when they see nice red candles to the downside. This has bullish undertone. Unless we take this out, but it has bullish undertone. I don't think I showed you on the 15-minute time frame here for Bitcoin. So yeah, like I said, this was the first trade in here that I took over the weekend because we had the bullish divergence in here that I could clearly see, and I missed it. I straight up missed it off of Ethereum, and I don't know. I straight up missed it off of Ethereum. But it was this in here, and so I played this, and of course it went back to the market because I didn't take profit. Sports trading. And then this was the next one, but I informed you that I took profit early. I closed out one of the long positions and still have the other one open. So it was in here when we kept rejecting at this weekly range in here. We kept doing that, and I saw the bearish divs. I closed out one. I left the other one open, like I posted. And then, yeah. So this played out all the way. and I had this, yeah, just below here. I think I did it off of, I'm not sure which time frame, but it was. Oh, I put it in. I had the CME gap drawn out wrong. I had the CME gap drawn out wrong, and so I just had this set for the CME gap, and I actually had it drawn from the candle high and not the under part of that candle, but that completed. I was waiting for this to actually get into the golden pocket, so that didn't happen. And I was fine with giving it back. So that ended up being let's see, 110, 0, 49. I think it was. I can't remember. I don't know which. Might have been from my main account when I took this one in here. But like I said, I didn't make any money off of it. It didn't reach the target I wanted, and I was okay with giving it back. And I slept last night because I had this alert in here set, like, am I gonna give back this other one too? So I set an alert for if we came back down below here, which we didn't. Hmm. Isn't this what we were last what? No, that was Friday. Friday. Yeah, that was Friday. That's that drop right there. So I remember this was our range low on the I think that came from the 1 hour time frame range low. And then this was our range high that we were watching for in here. Boom. That World Liberty is still holding right there. It looked like it's going to drop though. Before we get that bounce. CME 15-minute a little common gaps that it has. So CME 15-minute has a little common gap down to around 112.335. So on Bitcoin, that'll be at 930. I mean, I guess we already did it. Would have been 930. Just haven't done it on CME. Now you've done it on CME. And I don't see another common gap. It left a little bit of a common gap back to the upside off of that prior candle. Which is coming back into here. and those always fill quick. So yeah. So on this yesterday, I was looking at the gap that we had in here. So I drew mine off of I had this on the 1 hour here. And so we had the gap right here on the 1 hour. So I was looking for Ethereum to just come back into that 786. And then we started pushing up through it a bit more. It might have been why I thought I had my CME drawn wrong on Bitcoin. And then of course you can see here on the 15-minute time frame that gap came all the way up to here, and that's about what we hit. That's our rejection on this 15-minute. This is what I was just talking about on Bitcoin. So that little gap that was in here, and then the one that they left in here. This can be fun sometimes, because like I said, if it's a common gap, they happen all day long, and price comes back into those real quick. So it can be fun for, taking your little trades and stuff like that, or scalping or something like that. So you can see we're coming back up. Over here on Bitcoin, we're coming back up into it right here to close off that little common gap. You pay a bunch of fees trying to scalp, but yeah, it can be fun. And for something like that, you would have needed to be on. And he's scalping it. I mean, it really wasn't much of a move at all. Maybe 1 minute. Maybe 1 minute to make it look better. Yeah. Most people only focus on the weekend gaps, but I'm tell you, CME can be a lot of fun for observing some quick little positions you can play. I will be playing around with it. a little bit, but cool for an indicator. We don't have anything else right now. We still have our CME gap in here for Bitcoin. That goes all the way up to 116.815. That big CME gap that we haven't filled yet. Then we got one for Ethereum too that we still haven't. A little small one in here for Ethereum. We still haven't closed out either. It's at the top side. All right, for Ethereum, we built a pretty solid base over here for Ethereum. If we can, if we can just hold on to that, just like you see over here, the price action coming back into this trend line in here, you still maintain a bullish bias in here until we see a closure below this point right here, which we don't have just yet. And I'm gonna put this back on Ethereum real quick, so because I have that line over here, and it just makes it easier. So right here, where we built up this base, and where we kept knocking in here, and we weren't able to get a closure above, and we finally got the closure outside of it. So that's pretty much in line with this over here. So if we're holding there, holding here, then that's pretty good, solid support. We'll see if it gives us that. So 43.11, we can hold that. Be great. Let me get rid of that now. It's only going to make sense seeing it from the 15-minute. I meant the 1 hour. It's only going to make sense seeing it from the 1 hour. Yeah, last thing we want is to get trapped back underneath it. I guess Ethereum said, I don't care. Still got a few minutes for this close. Well, a minute. Yeah, it's safe to say it's gone. We did all of this just to make it so easy to just drop back below it. I hate stuff like that. But hey, maybe I'll get a chance to get into Ethereum. Hmm. I'm gonna wait to see the bullish divergence. So we lost that, obviously. Need to add this chart before I lose it. I'm only gonna do Ethereum if I see bullish divergence. Otherwise, I don't. That's not it for me. All right, Bitcoin coming back down. So just waiting. So Ethereum is actually going to be, let me put this on the 1 hour real quick. It's actually going to be, it's actually, it's not this. Once it loses these lows in here, actually. Yeah, it's this. Hold on. It's this right here. Yeah, once it loses the lows in here, we got trouble in paradise for Ethereum. This is where your momentum shift is going to take place. 42.87 to 42.78. So right in there, trying to hold support where you see it at right now. It is trying to hold on to some sort of support right across here, but if that doesn't, yeah, like I said, this would be it right here. We broke that. I don't need that here. That's the mean reversion there, and then the mean reversion would come in right here. So yeah, where it is right now, that's the first place you don't want to lose, because that, again, that gives you a mean reversion on everything through here. And then it's over. And we just start back looking down here at the lows, which is great for somebody who's not in Ethereum like myself. I don't know what that does to this over here, but oh, oh, I see what it does to this over here. Put that back there. And then over here for Bitcoin, we want to be holding that. But on our 1 hour, Bitcoin chart actually looks fine, with the exception of the pullback. So in here for Bitcoin, the 1 hour is going to be around $111,435, something like that. I know it's somewhere around these wick highs in here. We'll just say basically holding this weekly return right here at 111,296. It would be that for the 1 hour time frame. And if we lost that, then really want to hold that. To be honest, we want to hold this chop that we created in here for Bitcoin. Can it push lower? Sure. It can actually maybe back to this candle right here, but you want to hold that momentum line in here, to be honest. So the weekly average range, and then your fine line in the sand would be here. So you know what? Losing my voice. Let me do it like. I'm gonna do it like that. This might not show up in here. It's not. Extend it to there. Yeah. So that's what we're gonna be looking at here for Bitcoin. And then just because we're almost at it, I just add that. So that was fun. A little rejection. Aside from that, 1 hour looks fine. Still positive at the moment on the 1 hour. So maybe we can chop in here a little bit to get into the 786 or here into this green box. Maybe we can chop in here a little bit, but we are going to be rising down here. You can see that this is starting to rise in here now. So some sort of a squeeze is going to form in here, just like over here. A little bit of a squeeze on the horizon, unless it just drops all the way down into it. A little squeeze on the horizon. I put a squeeze on just about everything. Just find where pressure is sitting at. I don't care what it is. I got something for everything. I was just looking back at Sui. Just see if anything in here is different. Nope. Only thing I see different in here on Ethereum on the 4-hour time frame is let's see if it showed up. Only thing I see different. It might have lined up with that momentum line here on Ethereum, but the only thing I see different in here is it's not showing up. Let me see. Is that so? Like here on the 4-hour time frame. I mean, 4-hour we haven't got a closure above, that line that we were watching in there, where I started watching for that divergence. So we haven't got a closure above it here. No. This is the new print here for this is our first time pushing back up into four. Oh, it was this. I didn't sync it. Yeah. It's our first time. This might be relevant later. This right here. That's what I just added. But this is the one from the weekend. Just watching, no closures above here just yet. So I guess it would make sense that we rolled over on it. I'm gonna drop this one. Might be relevant later. So 8 minutes on the 4. Yay. I guess I could see why Ethereum's struggling so bad in here. All these lows in here. So if you don't know, I enter a long position here on this World Liberty, blah, blah, blah. I am down. I am down. Some very minor, but I am down on it in here. I entered off of this candle in here, even though I know what I'm looking for. Some sort of a confirmation of a momentum shift. I know I'm looking for a confirmation of a momentum shift in here. I just prematurely entered in on this squeeze. I'm gonna allow it to do whatever it's gonna do in here. I know we have bear divs on it right now, which means we can see it push in here for World Liberty and then get a bounce. I know we're gonna get one. At some point in here, we're gonna get one. This looks pretty nice in here, so I'm just holding for that. I'm actually not even looking to make money off of it. I'm really just sports trading this one over here. Like I said, I use really low capital in here and really low 5x liquidity in here as well. So I'm not looking to make any money off of it. Again, just sports trading it for now. See what it does. This could be nice if we close out here like that. It's still a little something fishy with the lower time frame. Yeah, still something a little fishy with the lower time frame. But getting past this resistance is going to be great for a closure. We've spiked above it before a closure. That's going to be good. I guess. I guess it's going to be good. And I'm just going to slide this out so there's no misunderstanding that we actually came into this already, because we didn't. So slide it out. I'm about to put another bear div in here on Bitcoin. Just a minute, at least on the lower time frame. We are 15-minute bear div RSI. But like I said, maybe we can chop in here just to get up into this 786, or maybe even our green box, and then we roll over. But we definitely starting to lose a little bit of steam again, and it's starting to look a little shady, in my opinion. Looking a little shady, unless this is our breakout. Unless it's our breakout here for the daily, which we 12 hours away from knowing that, and 2 minutes here on the 12-hour time frame. I mean, this looks nice. Let me make it so you can't see this on the lower time frame. Sorry about all that squeaking you're hearing in the background there. It's my daughter carrying some water. Yeah, I imagine all you heard was, because that's what that was. actually. Nice push in here. Ethereum. 4 hour. I have something else on in here. I just checked it. Okay, right. I'm losing it. I'm gonna block this zone out instead. I'm gonna take away that line. I'm gonna block this out. Put it in my lovely pink color. Pump, pump, pump. Pump, pump, pump it up. Yeah. So, looking good so far. I blocked out. That's so odd. See, World Liberty. Squeeze is getting tighter over here on World Liberty. Again, it can still get that drop down first before we see the push up because of the bear divs I see. Just waiting. Slide this in. Oh yeah, Bitcoin 4-hour chart looks great. Looks good. Looks decent. We're back at the golden pocket again. Injecting, whatever. It still looks decent. The level for the 4-hour or the level that I put in here for Bitcoin, that still looks not that one. This one. It still look nice unless we lose this. We lose this, then we're doing something new. We come back in, we lose this, we're doing something new. If it changes, I'll change it. But right now, this is the zone right here. All right. Are we getting some action? Is it time for some action? Time for some action. All right. We might be. A little WLF. World Liberty. What is the I for? Is it just WLF? I don't know. Maybe I just added an extra letter to it. World Lived Finance. We'll see. We'll see if this is our candle. Is this our candle? Will we outplay the bear div? Will we do that? This might be our moment of truth. I won't make anything off of it, trust me. If this is our time to shine, I won't make anything off of it. It was my first time playing with this little coin. Also, I don't play around with too many. I don't think this is a meme. I don't think it's supposed to be a meme coin. Let's see. Oh, what I was saying in here, because I didn't put us on here, is I changed. I took away that line that I had in here, so I had the orange line in here. Why did I make this pink? I meant to make this orange. Orange. It's just that new 4-hour print. That's all. It'll mean something at some point, even if it doesn't mean that it's support. It'll mean resistance. It's gonna mean something. It's gonna be relevant at some point here soon. So this, right here. And this is definitely the same as our no zone right here. All right. Look, guys, you can't say. You can't say. We'll wait and see. I'll wait and see what it does first before I say with this World Liberty thing over here. I'm about to change my little face in here. My little face in here about to change. Oh yeah, I get to update my face now. All right. And then I guess I'll go back to a sad face when this thing drops. But I get to update my face for now. Yay. We in the green. And that was the one. So I wasn't too bad. By taking it early. Now we just gotta hold it. And get that push up. All right, so that's our Bollinger break. Let me check that 15-minute. on us. Yeah, that was our Bollinger Squeeze break right there. See that, baby? Do you see that, baby? Break that squeeze. The squeeze has been broken. At least on the 15-minute, we did it. And then we just got to see if this 1 hour gives. You know, I'm kind of met with instant regret because I told you I wasn't going to make any money off of this. I was sports trading it, so I didn't. Yeah, that would have been a nice. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I'm not going to play around with this too much. All right, up like 16% already, 18% already. I'm not making a dang thing. I was real cheap. Real cheap. We'll get them next time. I'll get it next time if I play with it again. All right. At least we invalidated the bearish drive that was in here. We could get one in here now. Trying to come into the 20 SMA, we could get one there. Let me update my P&L card again. The only thing that looking good is the P&L card, and the rest of it, yeah. Rest of it doesn't. I might go have me some Chick-fil-A with it. All right. Now, some of these tokens are very, very, very curious because it's only when Bitcoin and Ethereum are both, probably hitting a point where we'll see a pretty nice dip on them. I mean, nice enough to enter a position that they actually start to move. So, which might be what Crow is doing too. I haven't looked back at Crow. But Crow will pump when Bitcoin and Ethereum are not. Let me do it off of this chart. I just want to see if that's the case. It's very much still down. Okay, so we're in our little zone here for Bitcoin. This is the new print on the 4-hour. You can't tell it because it's drawn all the way out over here, but it is the new print on the 4-hour. Maybe I should pull it in. Nah, I'll leave it alone. Like I said, if it doesn't hold that support, then we could drop and then hold it. It could be resistance because it is new. And it was more of a reversal level than a support level. So we could drop and come back in resistance and start our Monday out, Yeah, Crow still down. That was I'm not playing around with Crow right now. So we just banged our head up against the 200 EMA on the 15-minute time frame over here with this World Liberty. On the 15-minute, that's what we hit, the 200 EMA. But these zones be hitting. Like, this is the first use of this zone, this new 4-hour level in here. We tapped that bottom real good, didn't we? Low 43, 305, 25. Hold on. What did I say? 4305, 25. 4305, 34. It's the absolute low for this 4-hour level in here. Like, if it hits, it hits. Yeah, that hit pretty good. They usually do. We're still outside standard deviation 1 over here, but like I said, still outside standard deviation 1 and 2 for this squeeze that we had in here. But we did hit the 200 EMA, which is the blue line in here. And that is yeah. Just gotta wait on this one. So the one doesn't exactly have the onion or the, you can't tell right now. This is pretty wide, has a pretty wide stance. So you can see, you can tell. So it's not the greatest squeeze in here compared to that 15-minute. So it could have just been what it was. I mean, that was a nice little squeeze in there. It could have just been what it is. I don't think the 30 had anything. Nope. The 30 is just a round trip into standard deviation 1. Still in the bearish control zone on the 3. Let me get this out of here. The only way I would have caught this over here with this squeeze, and actually I would have if I'd have been looking at it, because it would have been this in here saying you want to get long, or actually this in here saying you want to get long. See that nice squeeze in here? So sometimes you don't see it here, and you'll see it in here. So that would have been a nice, you want to get long in here. Even the selling pressure came, slipped in here. You can see how this dropped down on these gray bars. So bears were out, fast signal cross in here. It's 3 hour. Then you can see what we started to roll over in here on this coin in here. Right here, you can see the squeeze on the bulls in here, squeeze on bears, squeeze on bulls, and then you coming back into your standard deviation 1 and 2 here on your Bollinger with the low rising tends to lead to some sort of a correction to the downside. So this trend line is actually lining up really, really good here with the standard deviation 1 here for the Bollinger Band. I always say do standard deviation 1 and 2 on the Bollinger. I usually don't have the 20 SMA on. I just started doing that here recently, just studying it a little bit more to be more thorough with it. So if you don't use Bollinger, it's a really good indicator. I wouldn't use it by itself. I like to use it with the percent, Bollinger percent, because it gives you a better outlook of the Bollinger itself. He did some new indicators too. I haven't really toyed around with those just yet, which I plan to. And by new, I mean they're probably like less than a year old or something like that. And I'll mess around with those a little bit more, see how they work with it. I think the man was brilliant when he did this, and it just made me want to do it on almost everything. Yeah, so here on this 3 hour at least, bears have a slight edge in here. So there's still a slight edge for bears in here. This doesn't mean that you absolutely come down like right now, but you do want to watch the time frame to see. So it's not clear over here. You just bounced off of the 20 SMA. And so that's what your blue line in here is, your 20 SMA. This is where you standard deviation out right here. You move into standard deviation 2 in here to the upside, and standard deviation 2 to the downside, above the red line and below the green line in here. And so, like I said, you won't always see the squeeze here on the Bollinger bands themselves on the price action chart. You can find it down in here, and you can use that to your advantage to see which side you're going to break out of. If it's going to be something that squeezes and breaks up, and this says break up, and at some point, like I said over here, because the low is rising, at some point this is going to say we're going to break down. This is going to break down at some point off of the 3. So you could watch that 3 hour. Need that on, so I'm gonna turn that off. Maybe I'll do a video one day and I'll give you what I did in here, because I modified his indicator. It's real simple to do it. I modified his indicator though, because you won't see these 2 lines in here on the one that he has, but it's really simple to do this. So if you don't have a strategy, you'll have one to look at and use. Maybe he'll shout me out one day for something so basic. See, Bitcoin still rejecting off of our golden pocket in here at the moment. Um, and I just left the white line in here for the 4 hour, but I'm gonna delete it now because we do. I mean, we got a little while before we see the candle close in here, but I do like the fact that we came back when we closed on the 4 hour. We closed above it. I mean, that's the first change. Well, I guess that's the first change. I actually haven't paid attention to it, so don't let me lie. I don't know. I'm surprised we used this immediately, though. Hmm. The momentum on the 4 hour time frame for Ethereum hasn't curved up yet. So it could be a bad thing coming back into here. 42.87, 42.78. It could be a bad thing coming back into it simply because, like I said, the momentum hasn't curved up on that. And ignore this stuff in here. This is from a 15-minute time frame. I just got to block it off so it doesn't show up on the one. We don't have any news today, and I really don't. I don't have too much I need to do, so I'm gonna stream a little bit longer today. On the days that we have data, I'll cut it because I know that some other streamers come in. A lot of people really like them, and they want to go over there, and that's fine. And they put in the work to have your loyalty. And it looks like I will be streaming on Wednesday this time because we have that the data. It's the first time we get some data, so I will be here Wednesday for that. I'll get started my usual time, which is 5 a.m. to help get set up. And unless something shows up earlier, maybe I just without a time. So if you're subscribed, you'll get an alert if it's something that that'll benefit you. And I can jump in earlier. If not, it'll be 5 a.m. And so I just go ahead and share this now. Just share it now so you'll know. So there is a possibility, there is a zone for Bitcoin here that it can come back into. And that's going to be where we got the bounce from in here. So it can take out this liquidity. It can come back and take out this liquidity in here. This would be bad on the weekly. And then you can take this out. I thought we were going to do that in here at one point, but we didn't. But it's still the zone you can come back in and watch. And like I said, I extended up in here a little bit to read on the 4-hour that we didn't have before. Before it was right here, and now it's pushed up into here. And I don't think that but that would be here on the for the 4-hour right now. The goal is holding here. And if this modifies, I'll update it on X. So please follow me at Down to Crypto TA on X. Please follow the Coin King with the D as in dog, A as in apple, Coin King, the Coin King on X also. There's 2 other people I really like. I love their stuff. I followed them because I love them. It's gonna be my boy, Mr. CJ Bennett. He's really good. So I like CJ. And David Ayo. He's really good. You see anything in here from him? Here he is. It's David right here. David Ayo. I like him. Lots. So those 2 other people right there give some good setups all the time. David usually does more of Bitcoin. But CJ be on everything. CJ covers everything. So he's really big on AMP. So if you love AMP, you wanna follow Mr. CJ Bennett. But he gives great calls, great setups with his nice love his indicator. But he gets some really good stuff. I don't care what it is. He also does like the AMP spaces and stuff like that too. And then he has days where he does does requests and stuff, but he's good. He's good. I pulled my back lifting weights. I'm trying to take it a little bit easier. I was watching some documentary somebody did on YouTube. I can't remember let me see, with the weightlifter. He was 8-time Mr. World Olympian or whatever. I was watching that on him last night. And then I see how he pulled he messed up his back too. I'm like, Lord, I don't want that to happen to me. But he was crazy mad lifting. Like he was, yeah. What he was doing, I'm not trying to look like a dude or anything like that. Not even close to looking like one. But I just hurt my back. Sometimes I forget I'm not as young as I was. And I can't do it like that anymore. Or I just got back in the gym and I need to slow down, But I did pull my back. I was having problems with my herniated disc a little while back. I couldn't even sit down. It was that bad. I couldn't even sit. The pain just would shoot through my leg. And I heard it the day when I was lifting the weights. I heard it when I went to bend down with it. Apparently, I didn't have my back posture right, and I heard the pop. And then I got outside and I did my 7-mile walk with a weighted vest on, and yeah, I started feeling it a little bit more here. So trying to take it a little bit easier. I just do body weight for now. Forget about dumbbells and other stuff like that. Nothing's changed over here on Ethereum or with World Liberty. I won't leave you hanging on that. It's nothing new under the sun with it just yet. We're not above the mean on anything on the 1-hour time frame. We're not above the 50 on the RSI. We're not above the 20 SMA. We do have a positive posture, slight positive posture on the MACD and the Delta as well. Still below the mean, still below the zero line. So we want to see all of those flip to confirm the additional momentum to push prices higher on the 1. Right now, all we have is what we got off of that 15. That's it. And even over here on the 15-minute, even on the 15-minute, we're not above the zero line with the MACD. We're still below the zero line on the MACD. So let's see if we can hold our little line that we broke up from here on this thing. Maybe, maybe not. Yeah, it will be nicer if it comes in and we can hold it in here. If we can't do that, then like I said, maybe the one isn't quite ready yet. We're still below all the mean reversions. So just a little quick opportunity in here. But if we do hold it, then that's great. And then we can continue. So you can see everything that I mentioned to you. You can see here on your MACD and Delta, like you have a positive posture in here, but still below the mean. So that's that. Still below the mean right here on that. Still below the mean here on the RSI as well. Above the blue signal line right now, which is, that's decent. Now you can be, I wouldn't, well, I probably would have. Yeah, I would have did this. So don't let me say I wouldn't have. I would have did this. And you can see how it came above it here and then roll back over real quick. So I would have done that. I wouldn't have seen any reason for me not to. Probably other than the fact that we had just did this. And usually when it drops in this low and this follows behind it, then you start to flip more bearish. That probably would have been the only thing, but I could have forgot all about that and, you know, taken it anyway. Yep. Sui. I put us on a 1 hour now. I got to zoom in more on Sui, try to see what Sui's doing. I'm happy either way it goes with Sui because I did buy spot position on Friday for it. I just know that there's some pretty significant resistance in here at this line right here, and then we have more resistance here at the 368, and then past that they have the resistance right there at the 392. So if you're in Sui, that's your 3 1 1 2 3. From this breakout here, unless you took it from the golden pocket bounce, which again I did a video on this, so please watch that. I'm not gonna give too much more detail on the Sui position. If you're here, you're getting it. If not, there's a video you can watch real quick. I ramble a lot just to say that. Just to say that little bit of stuff. So many breaking points in here. You had the one that was through there. You got the one that's through there. You got the one that's through here. You got the one that's crossed there. So again, you can see above here, above this line in here, which is your 1. That's your 1. That's your 2. No, that's your 2. 368, and that's your 3 at 392. So that's your 1, 2, 3. And then I showed you the weekly. No, I said I wasn't going to do that. I'm not going to do it. You can watch the video. I'm not going to do it. This looks crazy. The market is quite boring, is it not? Let's see how. I'll just go back through the. What was I looking at earlier? That might have been all right. Let me see. XRP, right? It's XRPZ talking about getting back up here to 302 here at the VWAP. And that this chart looked better than Link when I looked at it. It's looking quite nice. Quite nice. Was it 12 hour? It's a 12 hour Bollinger Squeeze. It's a 12 hour. 12, 16. Same thing goes for Ethereum. 12, 12, 12, 12. 12, 12, 12. 12 hour squeeze for Ethereum that hasn't played out yet. So you got time. You got time to consider an Ethereum position. But for XRPZ, this looks really nice. Looks nice. And then I think pretty much all of them had a 12-hour squeeze or something like that. Because this would have been one in here for 4. Would have been one in here. We've been waiting on that. Cool off phase through there. Your break above your blue signal line in here. Solana was I probably wouldn't have did Solana. I wouldn't have did this. I probably wouldn't have, even though we saw this in here. I probably still wouldn't have done Solana. No. Probably still wouldn't have done it. Well, yeah, I would have did this. I would have did this in here. Yeah, I would have did this. That was your first interaction, actually. So you weren't whipsawing this. So yeah, I would have did that. And you had the squeeze in here too. So yeah, I would have did that. Crow's gonna get there. I'm just waiting to see how Crow does if it comes back into the golden pocket 786. See how it does in here. This range. And then I will consider because it is still putting in some bullish. Well, it was. I mean, you can always draw your trend regression line across here, but I actually like it. It did have like some bullish divergence in here. It had the bullish divergence right across here. Still got some time on this. Just give it a minute. I think that came off of I think I was looking at the one. Yeah, I was looking at the 1 hour. So actually looking at the 1 hour. You don't have the bullish divvy in here anymore. And you got the cloud cover in here, but I would revisit this. You still got nice bullish divergence here. You still got some nice bullish divergence in here. I'll revisit it. I probably would wait though for some sort of a break of trend line on this one. I don't really care to do the break of trend line. See nothing there. Nothing there. You just gotta wait on this one. If it gives me a reason, I will fire off though. Maybe we take this in here. I don't know why it does that. Because there's no way in heck. Where's 10? That's way too far over. Maybe 21. Hold on. That's too much. Maybe 21. And I give you 50. I'm probably not going to get it perfect. Maybe that. Maybe it takes this and does that. Or just looking back in here. We'll see. I'm gonna drop this though. This is very conservative on the push down. Maybe you want to do 1%. I don't. It would be based on a break and reclaim. So I wouldn't limit order into this. I just don't feel like that went over like 21. And I guess it did. Sui, we've already been looking at Sui. Binance is just doing Binance stuff. We got our flip in here for ADA. Right now we have it, so we did push out on the Bollinger on this. Who was it? I mean, you'd already did the 12. So the 12 has been nice on a lot of these. 12, like I said, Ethereum has not done it yet. ETH has not done it yet. Not yet. But it's there. It's there. ADA did it. Solana didn't have one. XRP did it. Pendle did it. And Pendle setup was from here. From in here. Just, Golden Pocket, whatever. Golden Pocket 786. Link is making that attempt, which is why I said XRP looked better than Link at the moment. But Link is making an attempt for it. I wouldn't be too inclined to jump on Link at this point, but nonetheless, it's here. So you get that break for the one here. Hype is just doing hype stuff, so you don't have to worry about that one. XLM did it. 12-hour pushing up, which it doesn't look like much here, but you drop it in, it, let's see. That was really sweet. The break that we got here, the back test in here, and yeah. And that was this squeeze through here. So you see, sometimes it can take a while. Sometimes it can be all wrong. Well, right, but you don't want to. Yeah. Sometimes that squeeze will go for a minute. And the only thing I can see, the only thing that tells me like a no is going to be bear divs on it. So the bearish divergence through here said drop, bearish divergence through here said drop, which is what I was looking at on World Liberty too. I think we outplayed that bear div. I think we did. Or just go off of another time frame. So XLM 12-hour looks good. Doge had a 12-hour squeeze, break to the upside. This was absolutely gorgeous. I don't know, I wouldn't have messed with Tron, but that was nice. Virtual. If nothing else, just a quick trade. Let me see who else looks pretty decent through here. H-bar. H-bar looks nice. And it's neat for it to do more. H-bar, we're looking to get back above, if we haven't already, VWAP. So we got quite a bit of resistance through here again for H-bar. You got these lows all through here. You got VWAP. That's probably what we're tapping into right now. I can't tell it from this chart here because I don't have it branded to this chart, but it probably is VWAP right here at the moment. Near is at VWAP. So that's that. These are all the ones that I picked up on. Still got a measured target in here for near, but I mean, we can change structure. I'm happy with it if we can change structure in here. Windows still trying to hold. I don't think there was anything new for Undo. I think Undo was based on, it was either based off of this over here or it was a 1 hour I know that no, it wasn't based off of either one of those. Actually, it was just we were looking for price to come back into the midpoint here, this fair value gap. That's what that was based on, and waited for a long time for this to happen. At least 2 weeks or something like that. APT 4. To daily looking like. Still some work in play here for Aptos. Oh man, hold up. Hold up. Let me put this back on this thing over here. Yeah, this thing right here, it barely has any information on it, but you won't even do that. And just like that, we're back below it. It was Ethereum I was looking at. All right, there we go. That's what I just glanced over and saw. ETH. All right, so we're doing good off of our little bounce in here. Yay. Let me put us back into it like this. Just let me see this. Make us look a little bit better. Make us look like we're doing, yeah, like I told you, this thing, Ethereum and Bitcoin got to be going down. They have to be going down. They going up, this is going down. They going down, this will go up. Bitcoin, same thing. Same energy right now, twinsying in here. So let's get it. I'm going to take half profit. I'm going to take half off that other long position I have open. It's the only one I have left. I'm going to take half off of that. And then I'll look for the next best thing to come through on it. And leave the other half in. I'm still okay with World Liberty. Yeah, still good with this one. I just filled in that inefficiency just now on that thing. And let me see what our volume looks like. I don't think we have it there. Diverging on volume. But 4 hours still looks strong. Not strong, but strong. Until we violate this box. Way to go, Ethereum. I'm gonna regret. I've already regretted not being in the ETH position. I've already regretted it. It was too easy to make the good money off of Ethereum, but I just missed the bullish divergence over the weekend. I just wasn't paying attention, or I saw it and I did see it. Honestly, I saw it. I didn't want to take it from there, so I didn't take it. And you can feel like that sometimes, where you're waiting on something to get hit and it doesn't go there, so you sit it out. And this is that next point of resistance, 43.65 here for Ethereum. We push up and be looking for some sort of a reaction in here. I remember last night when I posted on the liquidity, it was at 43.50. We just hit 43.49. So it was a pool of liquidity sitting here at 43.50. I don't see it anymore, but that was what I posted last night. That it was sitting at 43.50. Look at that candle jump. All right, so we're coming into our resistance zone in here. So 4-hour resistance, again, that's 43.65. We'll see what we do in here. You can expect some sort of a rejection to come through in here. At least you should. You should. I mean, that's what the technical is showing, but sometimes market makers will do whatever they want to do. Whatever they want to do, they'll do. They want to blast clean up through here and go all the way up to that red trend line. They can do that. But there is some resistance in here. So if they want to, they will. I don't know if I have that red line showing in here or not. It must be on... Oh, it's over here on this chart because I had this as the larger chart. So it's over here. And I don't feel like we redrawing it. And so that's why this was important over here when we were talking about it, because above here put us above our 20 SMA here on the 4-hour time frame, where we weren't getting the closures above here. It's because we were banging our head up against the 20 SMA right here, and we weren't able to clear it. And then that last 4-hour candle where we closed above here, that was the one. That was the one. And I think I'm right. That was our 20. Yeah, that was correct. That was our 20 SMA across this zone in here. Still got space to push up into the resistance. 43.65. Let me slide this in. I got it so far out there. Can't even see it. And then probably for the 12 hour, like it just depends. But maybe for the 12 hour, once we're actually ready, then we could look in here. This doesn't look ready. That's why I say you still got time on Ethereum. I mean, 4 hours says that this isn't quite ready, but you still have time. You still have time to consider a Ethereum long position. Not from these highs, of course. You want to look for the pullback, and again, that could be back down here in this box. It could be this, and then we want to hold, maybe re-range in here for a little while. If we come back into it, range in here for a little bit. Maybe this is Wednesday. I don't know. No, there's so much probably would change about this come Wednesday. But today, you can watch it 4287, 4278. You can watch that level today. Okay, and then Bitcoin had just tapped into that liquidity pool as well with that little push. Still looking for more for Bitcoin. Bitcoin doesn't have that same overhead resistance that I can see on Ethereum, and that it just would not make sense. It would not make sense. If you saw price not rejecting from here, it would not make sense. I'm telling you, it doesn't make sense. Market makers can do whatever they want to do. It will not make sense for price to be blasting up through this resistance. Can it break it? Sure. But it's still a rejection point as far as I can tell. Just won't make sense. Not yet. But Bitcoin doesn't have that overhead resistance. And let me just comb through Bitcoin real quick. Let me see. Nope. Not 4, not 6, not 8, not 12. The 12 for Bitcoin is going to be what we're looking at in here. It's going to be back in this box in here. It'll be in here. For Bitcoin, the same place we had been getting rejected. It's going to be in here. So for the 12 hour, it is just above these highs right here, which is where I'll be looking to take partial profit in here. If we get to that, it looks like Bitcoin can. But remember what I said, there's also the problem where Bitcoin can come back down here into this 109. Let me take out this liquidity in here. Couldn't even do that. I'm up for it. I have a choice but to be up for it. But this is the first place you want to see price hold on a pullback, 111. And then you really want to know that this is your fine line in the sand. You do this, you're doing this. You don't hold here, we could be doing this. There's no other place in here I want to stop at. Just here, here, and here for me. And here to the upside. And then on the 16, let's see, nothing. Yeah, everything leads back to here On the downside, everything leads back to here. So please, 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 please make sure you're watching this level. Everything leads back to here. You can see it, the blue, that zone. Yeah, everything leads back to here again. So just range trade. At some point it'll break. It might be because of this today. Hold on, sorry. Let me just make it so this doesn't show up anywhere else. Actually, I've already talked about this. I can hide it now. I'll put it back on later. Might be because of this. While we're able to range trade it. I'm almost certain that that's what it is. I had this on the 1 hour time frame. Yeah. So it would be, that's why I'm going to take half out. It would be coming up to take the liquidity off the high. You know how I play the ranges. You know, if you fail on one side, you coming for this one. Most of the time, that's how it happens. Doesn't happen every time, it doesn't, but most of the time, that's how it happens. So if it comes up and it does, where's my little thingy in here? If it comes up, sweeps in here, sweeps the high in here, and then fails, then it'll likely come in here and then either sweep it or we run. But this is the return, 100% the return. Since we're so close to this side in here, I mean, that's what I'm aiming for, to get partially out. And if it runs on this, then I think that I think this low, if we get a run, then we'll take out this low. Yeah, that's how that would go. For good old Bitcoin, that's how that would go. I said the resistance was what, today? I don't think I saw anything. No, it wasn't today. Resistance was not today. It was daily. Yeah, it's daily. So a good push into here won't make sense to see it coming into here on the daily. It won't make sense. Not yet. Not yet. I know we got our Bollinger squeeze for our daily. I know that. And that was, hold on. So we don't do, we don't do this yet. I mean, if 114, 114, 195, maybe. Maybe. It's between here and here. I would say liquidity sweep and drop in here first. But if we pushed up further, I wouldn't be looking for anything more than that in the moment. That still gives you the it still gives the, I mean, we're above the 20 SMA on the daily right now. That could be exactly what I'm looking at in here when I said earlier, you cross this yellow line in here, you get a quick candle up. But if it's the first thing you target coming back, like a swing failure or a liquidity grab, you get a quick candle back down. If it's the first thing you're crossing coming back down, that could be actually what we're setting up for. It could be that. Might be it, people. That might be it. All right, market's about to open now. So I guess I'll scale us back down. A little cloud cover, rejection, bear div here on the 15-minute time frame. It looks like we'll bear div up here on the 1 hour. In here. I mean, but we did that last night too, which is why I ended up having to, like, I have the little smoothing in here that'll show me that I'm probably going to come back up, but I turned that off and I just work with the dropping lines in here instead. We don't have a pivot in here just yet, so that'll be a nice little pivot confirmation for the bear div. I mean, we already have it. I just want to be able to drop the line on it. Otherwise, it's a round trip. Round trip back into standard deviation 1 and 2. But that was that bear div that I closed out in here. And I was like, we did it. Wasn't a price note. That's weird. I didn't delete those. I know I didn't. I had so much stuff in here. I don't know why sometimes they want to drop to the low like that. That was the bear div in here, but it didn't give too much. And I had already saw that we were doing this in here, and then I was like, yeah, we'll probably come back up because it looked corrective. The chop looked corrective. So if we do that again coming down, then maybe nothing. 4 hours still holding up good. I got about a good 27 minutes left before I close out stream. So I'm hoping we can do that before then. I really hate to leave you to, well, it's good practice. It's good practice though. That's definitely bearish divergence. I don't want that one. The RSI. You don't have it here on the RSI though. So all right, World Liberty Finance. I said we're still trying to hold up in here. We filled in that inefficiency off of that pump, off of that 15-minute time frame. And yeah, we filled in that inefficiency. We held the 20 SMA. Everything still looks all right here with the RSI. It's not that it can't fail though, so it's not bulletproof. No bearish divergence in here right now, but still below 50 on the RSI, still below the 21 SMA for any sort of a break to the upside just yet, a Bollinger's band breakout just yet. And then I think it was the same thing down here, still below the zero line here on your MACD and Delta, but positive nonetheless. I didn't see any indication of a range for Ethereum. I just know that this is the range. So if we're holding these two, holding in between these two, then that'll set us up for the 12-hour pump. When we break this, then we got a problem. If we're holding up between these two, that can set us up. This is I don't really not that. I don't see anything throughout here. Do we even get volume on that? Still didn't get volume on that. That's why I can't say this is an inverse head and shoulder. And then you can see the resistance you're gonna have throughout here too, but that's just the top of the volume high. I was just trying to see if there was something that I missed in terms of range. It doesn't look like it is. That's our market open at 9:30. I actually closed out but I was watching it here in the stock market anyway. I closed all of that out. It just wasn't acting right. Put it back like I had it on. And that would be AMD. I'm sorry, this would be AMD first. This would be NVIDIA. Look at that nice pump on NVIDIA. Made me close it out on Friday. And now look at it. Oh, it's sickening. It actually absolutely upsets me. It's a 15-minute time frame though. Let's see. And now it wants to freeze. Yeah. Okay, well, market is open. Gosh, NVIDIA, you suck. I'm not going to try to play around with it again, though. I'm going to leave it alone. Every time it got a pump up, I sports traded it again. Wasn't satisfied with the profits, let it come back in. get stopped out. Stopped me out for the last time on Friday. And I was like, that's it. I'm done. Actually, I closed it out on Friday. I was like, that's it. I'm done. Not going to let it stay open into Monday morning. That's for sure. So that same little engulf that candle back up in here. Gold at 36.25 right now. Target is 4,043 to the upside as we fall back in. Excuse me. Sorry about that. Just needed a quick break there. I think we pretty much know what we're looking for in here, and I need to get off. I gave you the rundown on BTC. I gave you the rundown on Ethereum. I gave you the rundown on SUI and what you're looking for on that. And yeah, look at this thing. Look at gold. I don't have any. What am I doing with my life? So that's the target unless I'm saying we, because I'm not in this. unless it comes back down in here. That's the target. This is going to give at some point. This is a monthly time frame. They squeezing the crap out of this. They're squeezing the crap out of it. We'll see how long this goes on. I mean, it's high, and I mean, yeah, this is crazy. Okay. Maybe it just comes back test. I want to tell you the range high. But this ascending channel line in here, or these candle highs in here. I want to tell you the range high though. Maybe it comes back in and hits and tests this in here. But it would be off of your monthly chart. This month just opened. So unless it's just this candle, you see this candle falling back into here. But something is up and they squeezing the crap out of it. That looks good. That looks good. But once it flops, it's gonna flop. It's gonna happen. It's gonna happen. It will be met with the reversal. But it's alright. It's alright. It's alright right now. Alright. I don't think there's a reason to look at any time frame below this. Yeah, there's no reason to look below that, in my opinion. For gold. Cloud cover. I just saw it trying to push up out of it too. It just tried. So you're at resistance right now. It's trying to see how it flipped purple. That would give it a God candle if it did. Maybe it'll give gold a God candle. Don't get me the line on gold. I don't trade gold. I don't have any. But it's trying. So you're either gonna reject somewhere in here, around where you are right now, and push back in, or you're. And no one wants to hear that, right? No one wants to hear that. When someone says that, it's like it tells you absolutely nothing, except for the fact that you can be risk on in here. So you can take a risk on shorting gold in here. Set your stop loss. I don't know what your pain is, but you can risk it in here because you're at resistance, obviously. It is at some resistance. But if it just starts to blast up through here, then you don't touch it anymore. You just expecting for it to, I don't know, 4,000 or something. But you're at resistance on the weekly. Daily. It's kind of crazy. You don't have a lot to look forward to on the pullback down. Like I said, maybe you just coming back in here and you're back testing this range in here, the range breakout, or maybe you even got a little gap in here. Like I said, maybe you can look for this portion in here to be back tested in here, but you definitely at resistance. Hold on. So your 1-to-1 is sitting here. If I go about it like that, maybe you want to chance that. I mean, it can do that. Maybe you'll want to. I watch it just blast up through here. I'm just waiting on Bitcoin and Ethereum to do something. It's not doing anything just yet. Not yet. It's still just sitting there. And so is World Liberty. Still just sitting there. So we've done nothing. So I just figured, why not? Did y'all see how crazy GBP performed on Friday? It went ridiculous. Like that in Euro. They look nice. That's just your one shot. One shot don't work. That looks strong. Let me see. Let me see something. That looks strong. Yeah, gold look like you don't want to play with me. You don't want this any day. Do not play with me. Let me see what we're looking like over here. So a little Bitcoin rejection again off of that golden pocket. Yeah, we're seeing rejections across the board at the moment at our resistance zones here. This 4 hours about to close on this thing. The 4 hour looks super strong. I'm just going to flip us back through. I'm about to close out. I appreciate everybody who stopped by today to hang out with Down the Crypto TA. That's me. And hopefully this little World Liberty thing, at some point, I'm gonna keep my eyes on it, and I keep you updated on X. Hopefully it plays out that one here. You have your ranges for your Bitcoin and all that good stuff right there. Already covered it. Right now, again, the little bear div that we got up through here. Once again, trying to get through this golden pocket 786, trying to fulfill our range in here. Same thing with Ethereum. This is going to be the no-no. That was the no-no zone right there for Ethereum. And of course, your Ethereum range is there to here. And you lose that, then might be doing something different. But if you can range through here, then it could be a safe space for the 12 hour to eventually play out. Again, like I said, World Liberty has to get above its means in here, still below them. Maybe, still got the golden pocket 786 sitting down there, a little trend line. I might look to add on to this thing. I'm holding it still. I'm back to where I started, but I'm holding it. And Sui, your first rejection level, some pretty good resistance right here. Pretty good resistance right here. And I gave you the 3 off of this. You know that, 348. You know that, 368. And then this one up here. Let me move this, 392. So that is what it be in here. That's what it is. And there was, there's nothing else. Why does this keep doing that? This was one of my charts acting crazy on me. And I hate how TradingView keeps trying to force something on me. Look at NVIDIA came to the momentum line in here. I'm really upset with NVIDIA. Really upset with NVIDIA right now. Came in swinging for the fences. Market open. A whole circle swinging for the fences. I haven't checked that yet, but I would love to see it swinging for the fences. All right, so nothing new on the CME either. Just our rejection. That's it. So gold just opened up its new candle in here. It just opened, so you can give it some time. See if it's gonna say screw your resistance. and go on about its day. But you're at resistance. You're definitely at resistance. Just got to see what it wants to do. Yep, so that candle just opened. See what it does when it does the 1-to-1. If it comes up and comes back down, see some sort of rejection around this resistance zone here. And a little small correction. Nothing major. Nothing major. A little small correction. With that said, I'm out. I am out. And we'll keep fighting the good fight. Peace out, everyone. Thank you.